All right. Hello again, everybody. This is Mr. Everything, and I am coming back at you with another Wargaming and miniature video. We're doing a live stream today. Grab this, okay. Okay, so I got up early today to get everything prepared and ready to go for the stream, but of course it's going to take more than an hour and a half because I spent about an hour and a half trying to get everything prepared for this live stream today. So what I'm going to do is we're going to focus the camera on my table per se, like that. Let's make sure that my camera software is on, which I know it's not. All right, now it is. Okay. Alright, so what I've begun doing is spraying the edges and the main roads with my black, and I've got one outside, and it is raining like cats and dogs here today, so I'm anticipating I've got the door open. It's not too cold outside, it's just raining. And here's another one of those tiles, and you can see it's still wet. I mean, I just sprayed it a few minutes ago, so I wouldn't expect it to dry. But normally flat black dries pretty quick, so we shouldn't have too long to wait for that. Even though I sprayed this one first, and you can see it's almost dry here. I made a mistake. I'm gonna own up to it right now. I made a mistake. I tested some paints yesterday, and I realized that the black walnut that I wanted to use, that I didn't want to use, I was just testing it. I wanted to use brown, but the black walnut melted the foam. So I decided not to use it, so I put it away. And then this morning, I said, okay, let me go ahead and grab a flat black to spray, and I looked at the cap of thinking it was black, and it was actually the walnut, the dark walnut, because like I even said yesterday, it's so dark it looks black. So I picked it up and I sprayed this side, and you can see that it started to stipple along there, but it shouldn't matter too much, because when I put the foam, when I put the grass paper onto it, it should cover that up. If it doesn't, oh well, you know, we tried. So once I realized that I had the brown, I went ahead and put that away and went back and got my flat black. Okay, well, I'm going to prime one more as these dry. So also, I went ahead and I was going to take my hot knife and I was going to drag it along the river, cutting into the foam all the way along here to give it some depth, right? Well, I decided against that because I didn't want to thin the styrofoam too much where there was a potential where it would snap. So what I decided to do, like I do on my flexible rivers, I put some Alex caulk down, and then I ran my finger down the middle of it and that produced like these little river banks, and so this is going to be the river. Now remember, this entire area is going to be liquefied. I'm going to use some water effects out here, but I wanted the river, I'm going to paint the river a different color than I do out here. I'm actually going to paint fields out here. I'm not going to actually flock it with grass or anything like that, mainly because it's going to be covered by water anyway. So I'm going to paint fields out here. I'm going to paint the river there, and that way when I do the water over the entire thing, you'll still be able to see where the river is. That was my idea. But this Alex does take 30 minutes to dry, so I have it sitting off to the side. I've got both tiles that have river on it done. Let me go ahead and prime this, and then I will be right back. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of this, a lot of me going in and out possibly today. Maybe not. Once I get everything primed, I probably shouldn't have to go outside. All right. Okay, we're going to give that one a couple of minutes outside before I bring it in, which I was thinking I was going to do this one first, and today we're going to be using this Bachmann roll of grass that I have. It is a 100 by 50 inch grass mat. It is the meadow color, and what I'm going to be doing is I'm not just going to roll it out 6 feet and then cut the roads out and then cut the lake out and cut all that out. I'm not doing that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to piecemeal it. I'm going to do a little bit at a time. So there's just going to be a little bit of grass, like I would do this section here as one piece. I'm going to do this section here as another piece. I'm going to do this section here as another piece. This section here as another piece. So basically, I'm just going to do a little bit at a time. That makes sense, right? Okay. That's it. That's almost a 9-foot sheet. So I should have no problem. Even if I cut the wrong angle or the wrong spot, I should still have enough. But the way I'm going to do it, I think I'm actually going to save some because of the highways and the roads and stuff like that, I think. And the big center, low ground is not going to take any footage. So I'm probably only going to use about 5 feet of a 9-foot sheet. So I'm still going to have a lot of grass that I could put on just 2x2 sheets, and then I could use those as what do you call it? Like modular terrain for future projects or whatever. Or I could just save the roll probably. Okay, now the grass, I'm only going to put up to about this this spot. I'm not going to put the grass in there because I was planning on making that dirt. Same thing with the church. I might go to the end. I might not go to the end. We'll figure that out when I get to it. But I do want to get the grass all the way up to the edge of these roads. If there's a little bit of a discrepancy over the road, then what I'll do is I'll go ahead and trim the grass down as much as I can. But if there's discrepancy on this side, it's no problem. I'll just touch it up with a little bit of dirt and maybe some flock, maybe a tuft or something like that. It'll just be fixed. Okay, I made this decision last night about the dirt roads, right? The dirt roads, like this is a dirt road that goes through here. This is a paved road. The dirt roads, I'm actually going to split the grass so that it actually lays on the right and left side of the road. And then by laying on the left and right side of the road, I'll be able to go back in later with my light earth ground texture, the terrain putty, and I'll be able to put that down inside there, and it will be a road. Now the highway, there I have some asphalt paper that should be coming in today, actually. My light earth and my asphalt paper and a bunch of other models should be coming in today, and usually they get here right before the end of this stream, so that should be fine. Because I plan to be working on this project most of the day today, maybe 3 or 4 hours, I'm just going to stream it all. So today's stream might go on quite a long time. If you're here watching after the live, if you're going to watch a recording, yeah, that's fine. Just watch an hour at a time or put it on in the background while I work. Okay, we got somebody chatting with me, and I'm a million miles away from the computer. Hey, John. Looking good. Raining. Lake Isabella, California. Oh, wow. It's raining everywhere. Yeah, my wife is actually in Denver. Okay. Itinerary, right? My wife flew to New Mexico to see one of her sons. Okay? He would be my stepson, I suppose. And he went out there to go to school. Okay? And so she decided she wanted to go visit him, see how he's doing, hang out with him for a week or whatever. So she goes out there, and like 2 days in, the airlines contacts her and tells her there's a big snowstorm coming in. If she wants to get home, they're going to fly her out early. So instead of being there a whole week, she's only going to be there for 2 days. But by doing that, to kind of reimburse her, they gave her a free plane ticket. So that's pretty cool. So she took this plane ticket to go see her grandchildren in Little Rock, Arkansas. Little Rock, yeah. And so to fly there, there's no direct flight from New Mexico to Little Rock, so she had to go through Denver. And when she got to Denver, it was already snowing and she's iced in. And so I don't know if she made it to Little Rock. I didn't check this morning, but last night she said she was still at Denver. Yeah, I don't know how I got off on that, but oh yeah, because it was raining everywhere. I suspect that cold front will probably get here at some point. Maybe not. Who knows? Okay, so this one, and I can do one more and leave it outside. Okay, so I will be right back. Okay, so that one is being, where it is primed, is going to be drying. Okay, now based on my available table coverage, I don't think I will be able to do all of them at one time, right? But I do have the ability to stack them on top of each other. What I will, if I decide to do that, I'll probably lay some wax paper down between the layers so that it won't stick. Because the paper, when I glue it down, there might be air bubbles, or there might be glue residue or whatever. So what I'm planning on doing is I made a mixture of water and Elmer's, and I put it in a spray bottle, and I plan to squirt it on there. And then if I have to, like if it puddled up too much, I'll use the brush to kind of position the glue in such a way that it'll glue down. I don't plan to glue anything on any of these tiles until I've got my grass cut. Once I have my grass cut into pieces, then I'll have them stacked off to the side somewhere, and then I'll just put like a puzzle piece, just start putting these grass pieces down. Okay, so I've considered this, because this is a bespoke terrain table that I'm making. I considered actually putting like trees into the foam, or into affixing like foliage and stuff like that on the terrain board, but I'm not going to do that. I considered it, I thought about it. Like right here, I could have put a bocage right here and permanently affixed it to that, but I don't want to do that. What I want to do is make a bunch of bocage pieces that I can use on any battlefield, and then I can just lay them down. Also, I didn't want to put any terrain, or I should say any foliage that sticked up from the flat part of the board, because I want to be able to stack these up and store them on the shelf. So I don't want to make something that's going to be unmanageable, unstorable, let's say, for storage. But now when it comes to the low ground, I could do a little work with the low ground, and I plan to do that. So this is the plan. That's not going to happen today. I'm not doing any waterworks today. That might be a few, because the grass and everything's got to dry before I start doing the waterworks. But on the ground, on the low ground, I plan to prime it either with the greens or wheat field. I've got a yellowish wheat field color. I could just use yellow straight up. I could use browns. I could use light and dark greens. And that's what I think I'm going to do. I think I'm going to make, even if I could just draw it on there with a pencil or whatever, I'm going to spray, because it doesn't have to be perfectly accurate, I'm going to spray these fields, right? The different fields. And if there is any stippling from the spray melting the foam, that's okay, because these are going to be fields. They're not, I'm not covering them with grass or anything, so I don't care if it turns into something like that. That'll be perfectly fine. It'll give it more texture. So I'm gonna use my map. Here, there we go. Which I don't know if you can actually see this, but if you've watched my other streams, you've seen the map. Now, in the map, you can see that there are field and rows of hedges and stuff like that, or bushes, maybe not hedges, but just separating the fields. I plan to do that by just drawing a line, and then spraying between those. Okay, just to give me a general idea of where they are. And then I plan to take some tufts and some clump foliage and just maybe a little bit of flock, I don't know, and I'm gonna like put a bead of Elmer's glue down or something, and then stick those things in to separate those fields with a little bit of bushes or whatever, knowing that I'm going to put a water effect over the entire thing. So the water is not going to be as tall as the tufts. So if there's like a tuft growing, the water's only going to come up to about there. It's just going to be a very thin layer of water, just enough to make it look like, hey, what is all that? That's water, obviously. And then, but there's going to be like foliage sticking up from the water in various places. I'm definitely going to do that. Okay, but that is going to be later. I want to work on the grass today. I I want to get the grass in place. I think I need to prime this area and this area, because anywhere there's going to be buildings, I plan to make that not, instead of grass, I think I'm going to make it more of a dirt area, a solid dirt area. I don't know. I could put grass there, and then no, I want to make it dirt. So I think I'm gonna. I don't know. What do I want to do? I know a lot of people will put the buildings down, and then they'll mask like an area where the building would be, and then they would flock around, and then they would peel the masking tape off, and that way your building would fit just perfectly into its slot. I don't want to do that. I don't care about it that much to do that. Actually, I do care quite a bit, but I don't want to do that. Okay, so the outer edges are starting to dry. It's this sections here that are not dry. This is still wet. This was going to be the first one I worked with. I was just going to do like a little piece right here, maybe a little corner right there, and then I was going to do this, but this has got to dry. The whole thing's pretty much got to dry before I can start laying out my paper, because I'm going to bring the paper up from the floor, lay it on here, and then cut it. I could draw it in from the other side, but I don't know which way I'm going to do it. We'll figure it out. But either way, it's got to be dry. Okay. I think that the humidity in the air is slowing the paint drying process. That's okay. But I wish it would speed up. Okay, so just to let you guys know, I went to Hobby Link. That's where I get a lot of my model railroading supplies, like flock and glue and wood and knives and stuff like paintbrushes, stuff like that. Any model railroading stuff, or anything that could be construed as model railroading stuff, I go to Hobby Link. Hobby Link. They ship pretty good. They shipped my stuff on Monday, and it should already be here today, based on the tracking that I followed. But what I did was, when I went there, I was looking for asphalt. I was looking for asphalt, and I found asphalt paper. And when it comes in, I'm going to compare it to my asphalt brush, right? Which I think, and this is kind of like a really dark gray, and it might have a little texture in it, which I hope it does. And then we'll brush that on, but I know that I would be able to do the entire road system with this AK tub, right? I could do more than this one. I've only got like one main highway and then the side highway. So there should be no problem using this. But the asphalt paper, I thought, would go on easier and be more uniform all across the board. But I didn't realize this. I should have ordered 2 of them. It comes as a 18-inch by 30-inch paper. So that's only like this wide, a little bit longer than this board. Okay, so I've got to be able, okay, so there should be no problem if it's 18 by 30, because I've only got 6 feet, which, and these are only about 1.5 inches wide, so it should go all the way across with no problem, and then the excess I should be able to lay down here. Now the issue that I mentally was worried about was any curves here or curves there would cause wastage on the paper. Now I could just lay one straight line, but that I didn't want to do that. I want to make sure that it curves. Now I could always also use the asphalt paper for the majority of it and then fill in between the paper using the asphalt paste to kind of cover any seams in the asphalt, like where they would have fixed potholes or whatever. And I could even do a little bit of touch up here and there of where I want to do asphalt. I actually considered completely covering the two sections. There's a farm on the other side, and then there's the town center here with asphalt paper, because I know it would lay nice and flat and smooth, but I don't want it to be asphalt. I wanted it to be dirt, so I'm gonna make that a dirt look. Same thing with the church. The church is going to be dirt because I'm gonna make I think I'm gonna make a some cemetery tombstones and put on in the church area. I might make the church and the cemetery all part of one model that I just lay down, like make a large base that includes the cemetery and the walls that go all around it. I think that's what I'm going to do with the church. Just so you know, this is my plan. Next week, next Wednesday, I plan to make my own church, because the church that I bought is just way too big. Even if it's accurately scaled, I don't care. It's way too big. So I'm gonna make a much smaller church. The smaller church is going to be about like that, maybe a little bit longer, and it's only going to be 1 story, and it's going to have a high roof, and it's going to have a little not even a cross, just an ornament kind of thing. It'll have a door in the center on the side, and maybe some windows on both sides. I don't know exactly. I'm gonna have to take a look historically at what the church looks like. I've got some pictures. But I'm gonna make my own church, and we're gonna do that next week. Okay, this one's coming along nice. It's starting to dry. This one is almost 100% dry. This one's still just a little bit wet. It's about 50%. About 50%. About 50%. Okay, so we're doing pretty good. The 2 pieces with the river on it, I figured as the day goes on and I start to cut out grass and lay grass and stuff like that, at that point the Alex should be dry, and I should be able to prime the edges black on that. Okay, now on the pieces that have a slope like this, I was wanting to prime the slope. Oh, that's another thing. The edges. I've decided I'm going to go ahead and hand brush paint on the sides. I'm going to use like just a dark brown paint. I might even mix a little bit of Elmer's in with the paint so that it will go on extremely thick, and when it dries it'll be very durable. That'll help protect any of the edges and sides as well. So I do plan to do that, but that's going to be done at the very end. That'll probably be the very last thing I do is hand brush the edges. I don't necessarily want to spray the edges here while I've got grass on here, because then the spray will get on the grass. I want the spray to go under the grass. I was planning on using like a dirt texture along here, which would cover any of this blue, but I do want to prime it though. I probably should take that out and prime the hills before I start putting any grass on this. Okay, I sprayed the one outside. I think I'll be safe to spray this on the inside. Because that's not a tile. That's a future tile. Where'd my paper go? Here it is. All right, taking a short break here real quick. Okay, that was my tea. Yeah. So this foam seems like it's pretty sturdy on this paper. This brown craft paper is what it feels like. Heavy duty paper backing. Reusable, non-shedding. Yeah, I'm not going to reuse it. Well, I am going to reuse it. I'm going to use it a ton of times. And yeah, just because I make this one battlefield, there's an actual campaign that takes place on this battlefield. there's at least 4 different battles that I can run on this battlefield, which is kind of cool. Plus, I can make my own scenarios or hypotheticals or whatever, or I can play medievals on it, or I could do whatever. You know, you don't have to use it specifically and only for that one battle. I could take it and say, oh, it's in the Russian steppes or whatever, and this is just a river and whatever. Or I could, so, but I am building it for Lafir, and I'm modeling it after an actual map. So, still waiting for dry times, unfortunately. We're sitting here twiddling our thumbs while everything starts to dry. I do need to make some 4-inch bocage. Right now everything is 6-inch, so I need to make some 4-inch bocage. Mainly just, because like, what if it's not 8 inches across here? What if it's 12 inches? Then I need my 6 and well, 2 6s would be fine. But if it was 10 inches, then I would need my 6 and my 4 or whatever. So you got to make some alternate bocage. Yeah, so because I plan to make my church with its own base, I think I'm just going to put grass all the way under the church, all the way to the dirt road, because I'm just going to lay a church template down on top of it. That church is going to be affixed to the cemetery. It's going to have a wall around it. So that'll just lay, and then what I'll do is I'll just put flock around the outside edge of where the wall and the base meet, so that it'll blend in with the paper, and so it'll just sit on the paper. But I'm not going to do that for the towns. Well, one's a town, one's a farm, but either way, I'm not going to do it for those. I'm going to actually use the dirt. Oh yeah, speaking of the putting something, building, let me rephrase that, building something on the table that sticks up from the foam being a problem with storage. That's true. So I'm not going to build up from the ground, but I thought about, I might put like a row of what's the word I'm looking for? A row of like clump foliage or tufts or something like that sticking up, but then it'll just make everything, I mean, when I put a tile on top of it, it's just going to crush it down, and there's no real reason for that. So if I need to make hedges or wild hedges, then I'll just make those and I'll put them on popsicle sticks, and we'll just lay them out, wherever I need them. Okay. Okay, 75% dry. Because I sprayed the hill, it's back to being about 25%. This looks like about 90%. Looks like it's almost dry. Don't like the look of this edge. Hardened it up though. This is about 60%. I'll give that one about 60%. Yeah. The grass will cover that. Okay. Hopefully. That's the idea. Okay, lesson learned. Here's a little lesson that I learned while making these that I can share with you guys. Okay, so I would take this pink foam, right? So far so good. I would lay this foam on top of it and fit it in and try to figure out exactly where the best placement for it is and all that jazz. And then I drew a black line so that when I move this off to the side, I could apply the glue in that area, and then so I could just stay in this area. Wouldn't need to waste any extra glue, right? Okay. So I poured the Elmer's directly onto the foam and put like a bead of it, and then I used my brush to move it around, and it looked like it was very thin, right? Looking at it, I said, oh wow, that's like super thin. I don't know if that's going to be enough glue. Okay, so, and then I put the tiles on, the top foam on top of the bottom foam, and then I applied weight, like I put lead or books or whatever else I could use, paint cans. I used all kinds of stuff to apply weight to the foam so that it would press tightly against the bottom foam, and also so that it wouldn't shift around and get out of place. Okay, now here's where the lesson. Over the course of the night, because I left it overnight, over the course of the night, the foam pushed so much of the glue out the sides. That includes these sides. The Elmer's was pushed out, and on this side it pushed out, and over here it pushed out, and it pushed out. And then I had to come in the next day and clean the edges because glue was coming out of the sides. Okay, and I said, wow, okay, so I must have put way too much glue, which in fact I did. And that's why I have this Scenic Sifter spray going forward, because I'm going to put a very, very light coat of glue. So I said, okay, it's 24 hours, it's overnight, everything should be completely dry. So I took the tiles and I leaned them up against the wall, right? And I'm thinking, okay, they're leaning up over there on the wall, everything's dry, let me work on something else that I was working on. And then after about 30 minutes, I went to lift one of the tiles up, and glue was still coming out of the bottom of it and got on the carpet. Okay, so at that point I'm like, what is going on? What the hell? So I decided I'm going to store it flat. I put a lot of weight again on it. So over the next night, because this has been going on a couple of nights, over the next night I had put weight on it again and continued to apply pressure, and it seems to have stopped. So it seems that the glue is no longer coming out from the bottom. I suspect that this foam is airtight. That's what I suspect. So I suspect the glue that's in this general center area is probably still a little wet, because I bet you air hasn't gotten to it for it to dry. I've considered poking holes in the foam just to give the glue inside air so it could dry. But that's just a guess. Or I could poke up from the bottom, actually. I could probably poke up from the bottom to give it some air to dry. And I might wind up doing that. I don't know. It seems to be okay right now. Just as long as the outer edge is dry, I should be good. I probably only needed to put glue along the outer edge, but I put it across the entire thing. There are other people out there that say you should use liquid nails, or you should use industrial adhesive, or whatever. And I don't buy into all that. I think Elmer's works just fine. I don't need that extra thick, like liquid nails, how thick it is. I don't need that. So it probably would have helped with the running of it when I turned it on the side, or when I applied pressure and it squirted out the sides. That might have helped. But yeah, so I learned that lesson. Less is more. Now I watched a stream. I think it might have been Woodland Scenics, a Woodland Scenics video, where, because what I was doing was I was researching what the best way to place the grass on there was, and found a lot of people out there doing different things. It doesn't seem like any one way is the right way. It seems like you could do it whatever way you want to do it. But I went to this Woodland Scenics, and they have an actual, what do they call it? Foam glue. It's vinyl. Actually, they have vinyl glue, which is weird. And they say that you apply it to the foam, and then you also apply it to the second piece of foam, and you let it dry, and then it goes on white, and then once, just like Elmer's, and when you see that it's clear, that's when you press the two together, which I think that might be a good way. I think that might be the best way to do it, because it allows the entire surface to get enough air to start that drying time, and it makes it sticky and less runny. And so when you put the two together and then you apply the pressure, because this guy used like gallon paint drums on there, but when you apply the pressure, it might or might not squeeze out of the sides. They didn't really show that, but I suspect it wouldn't, because I would suspect that it would all be basically sticky. So if I ever do it again, I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to apply, I might have to get some of that Woodland Scenics glue, put it on there, and let it dry on both sides to where it starts to be clear, which I think he said like 30 minutes or an hour, something like that, and then stick it together. We'll have to experiment with that. I don't know. Okay, I think this one is dry enough to work with, but I can't move these foam tiles around and stack them on top of each other because they're not dry. And so that's why I'm still waiting for some stuff to dry. Now this is not scenic cement. Actually, it's probably about this much scenic cement. I put my Elmer's and water mixture that I used to carry around in this bottle until this bottle stopped spraying. So I bought a bunch of spray nozzles, and now I've got this water and glue mixture in there, and then I'll use it on this. But again, I'm not going to glue until I've got all my paper cut out, or at least the majority of it. And at probably around 12:30, 1 o'clock, something like that. That's normally when we end the stream, but I'm going to continue the stream because I'm expecting a package. Plus, I don't anticipate being done with these by then. Well, for one reason, I'm sitting here jerking off because this paint isn't dry yet. Okay, I meant to go. Okay, I started a conversation, then I got distracted. Okay, we were talking about my black spray paint. What did I do? Did I carry it outside? Oh, there it is. Okay, so we're talking about Hobby Link, right? I went there to get the asphalt paper. Okay, and then I got distracted and started talking about other things. But while I was there, I said, you know what? Let's see if they've got 15 millimeter or 1 to 100 airplanes. And so I looked around. I see that they've got some die cast and they've got some plastic kits and stuff like that. But I didn't want to invest in those planes. I was just checking to see if they had them. But at the same time, when I was searching for those, some other things started to show up on my search, and then I got distracted, and I was like, and then I got sucked in. They actually have a bunch of 15 millimeter models of tanks, and I was like, okay. Now, when I buy an Old Glory tank, you know, like those French tanks or my M4s, or even at Flames of War, like Battlefront, when you order if you order like one tank, it's like $13. But if you order 3 tanks from Old Glory, it winds up being $30 for these metal tanks. And then if you go to Flames of War and you order like their platoon of tanks, which is like 5 of them, it's like $50. So what am I thinking? I'm thinking $10 per tank, right? That's usually what winds up being the cost. When I was at Hobby Link and I was looking around and I saw they sell 1 to 100, which is exactly 15 millimeter tanks, they were $5. $5 a tank. It is a model kit. You do have to assemble it, which is, in my opinion, much better because you're going to get all the detail from the tracks, the turrets, and the machine guns and all that stuff, where a lot of the metal tanks you get doesn't have any of that. This might actually have some like ammo cans or tarps or whatever. I can always make my own tarps, but $5, it was a no-brainer. I said, oh my gosh, I need so many tanks because I'm just now getting back into 15 millimeters. I really don't have a whole lot of armored vehicles. I've got one M5 Stuart and like 3 R35s. That's all I've got. I've got some Shermans on the way from Flames of War, so I didn't need to order any Shermans, but I did anyway. I went ahead and said, okay, let me get like 4 Panther tanks, and let me get I could have got Tigers, I could have got T-34s, IS-2s, Su-152s, 122s. I could have got all their little Gaz trucks and Russian Jeeps and anti-aircraft trucks and all that stuff. I could have got all that, but I'm not a Russian player, so I didn't get any of that. So I looked at the late war German tanks. They've got Panzer IIIs, Panzer IVs, Panzer Vs, Panzer VIs. You know, they got the Jagdpanther, the Jagdtiger. They've got, you know, and every one of these tanks was $5. So I said, oh my gosh, I got to get these. So I put a pretty sizable order in for some 15 millimeter model kit tanks. I'm excited to get those in today. When those come in, I'll show them off to you and show you what I'm talking about. I also picked up I'm reaching for it. I got these at Hobby Link as well. These are washes, and they are not advertised as colors. They're labeled as colors, but they're not advertised as colors. they're advertised as where do you use these washes. And I thought that was pretty cool. So like this one here is called Dark Rust. And then when you read it, it says, Dark Rust, for all that affects abandoned vehicles, metallic structures exposed to weather. I thought, okay, that's pretty cool. And then this one is Dark Brown. And it says, for models in light or sand colors, and ideal for tank tracks and pin washes. Dark Green. For green models, camouflages, and natural scenes. And then of course, this one, Dark Gray, I was like super happy to get this dark gray wash for gray and dark models. Perfect for rain marks and pin washes. And these are, you know, they've got little pop top, squirt bottle, put it in your palette and go to town. So I should be getting in those tanks, and I should be getting in the paper. I think I'm getting in some 15 millimeter tombstones, or maybe they're not. Maybe they're N scale tombstones. N scale is like 144, so it's close enough. Now I picked up this knock flock, right? It's a scatter, but it's more than a scatter. It's kind of a leafy scatter. It's got these yellow and red leaves, or very thin leaves in there, green ones as well. But it also looks like it has static grass mixed in with it. So this is like a blend. This is called Grass Flower Meadow. I thought this was exactly the same as the grass, as my flower flock that I had in the past. I thought that was the same, but it's not. It's different. That's okay. Now, I also ordered some tufts. Now, I got these tufts. I don't know if you can really see them, but I got these specifically for my bocage. I'm going to put them along the top of the bocage, scattering them around, because I still have to make like 40 bocage, and each of these trays comes with 20 tufts. So if I put one tuft on each bocage, but I'm not going to. I'm going to double, triple, quadruple on some of the bocage. Some bocage will not have some will have more than others. Okay, that is looking really good. We're probably about 80% on this, maybe even more. This one's still pretty light. We're going to say 75%. 75%. So these two are pretty close. This one's dry enough. And then there's one outside that I'm not bringing in until it dries. Actually, let's bring this one in and let's put this one out there because it looks like it's drawing faster outside. I could be wrong because I added paint to this one. Might be the wind giving it an air dry effect. But yeah, the slopes are going to be textured, painted, grass. Dirt road is textured. I don't know if I'm going to use paper or if I'm going to use texture on my gravel or my asphalt. Don't know. Just don't know. I am going to put a bead of glue down inside here and flock that. I might... Yeah, I'm going to flock that. I might put a little paste on there. Because where the paper ends and the ditch starts, I'm almost positive that you're going to see, well, maybe not. But I was just wondering, you're probably going to see this brown edge along there. I could either go in with a little bit of paint, or I could just leave it brown. Hell. Brown is dirt, dirt is brown. It's all good. Yeah, it doesn't look like I hit this edge very well, does it? It's okay, because once I put the grass on there, and then I am going to go and hand paint the edges, I can always hand paint right over the edge. That's not going to be too much of a problem. I don't know, I want to use the asphalt brush on, I really do, because I think that the paper might be not brittle, but like the gravel will come off and it won't apply any like strengthening of this foam. It might or might not, but I don't think it will. Once everything's on, I do plan to spray some glue over the top of it to seal it in place, mist it, I guess, if you would, but yeah, when you do a misting, you can't like mist and then go and put stuff on top. Now I have considered, this is another thing while we're waiting for it to dry. I know I'm sitting here just blabbing, you guys are out there listening and stuff, but I have thought about in some of my fields that I'm going to create on the raised surface, not the low surface, because that's going to be mostly water texture over like a painted field. But up here, I thought about making sections of the fields and putting some static grass on there, using a static grass applicator so that the grass would stand up in like and alternate where I do that and use different colors of static grass to give me field effects. But I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know if I want to put static grass on top of my grass paper. It just feels like I'm making more work than I need. That's what it feels like. Okay. Okay, so these two are purchased hedges, and this was my made hedge that I made. It looks a little more wild. That's going to be a bocage, but I just wanted to measure distance because these are 6-inch sticks. Yep, that's going to work great, just fine. And this is where that 4-inch bocage has got to go. Because 6 inches is obviously too long, as you can see. And that's the bocage that's going to have all the trees growing out of it and stuff. So it's going to be just completely trees. Okay, the temperature is starting to go down. I can feel it. So I'm probably going to be closing the door here. I'm rubbing my arms because I'm starting to feel goosebumps. Give me about 2 seconds. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go hit the little boys' room, drink a lot of tea, and when I come back, I'm going to close the door. I can close the door now. All right, be right back. All right, I'm back. I off topic. Well, this is almost dry, which is really good. It's like 90%. That one's almost dry. This one looks like it's almost dry as well. So that's good. But I wanted to share this with you. I have a customer of mine had sent me some miniatures to paint for him, right? And they are Confederacy of the Rhine. They are 18 millimeters. They're nice looking models. Everything looks good. Personally, I'm in the process of cleaning and trimming and fixing the models to popsicle sticks, getting everything ready to paint, because that's pretty much my next thing on my calendar is to get these knocked out for this customer. So I'm getting these all ready, but he sent me some photos, and I assume, and I'm gonna have to communicate with this gentleman, but I assume those photos are the way he wants me to paint them. Okay, and now these photos are not of the figures that he wants me to paint. So it's hard for me to when we're talking. These are Napoleonic figures, so the Confederacy of the Rhine, and in his text, the handwriting says he wants them to be Mecklenburg, right? Mecklenburg battalions. And I'm like, okay, Mecklenburg battalions, no problem. I can paint these up lickety split for this guy. But then I look at the picture he sent me, and it's Nassau. He sent me some pictures of Nassau, and I'm like, wait a second, this is not Mecklenburg. So I said, okay, hold on. Let me check the Mecklenburg historical documents, and let's see if they had anybody that looked like these Nassau. Maybe that's what he wants specifically. So I looked and 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 I looked. There is only one unit that looks like those Nassau, which is a Jaeger unit, and because they're wearing green, and these Nassau guys are wearing green, and the Mecklenburg guys, they had green, but it was a very small Jaeger unit. But he sent me enough miniatures to do like 8 battalions, and 4 of them he wants in Mecklenburg colors. Well, I'm going to paint them historically accurate. I'm going to give them blue jackets and not green jackets. That's the way it's going to be. I'm going to go based on, and I don't just look at one reference either, because one reference could be wrong, right? And so I take a wide selection of, I got books, I use the internet, I look at other gamers, what they have done, and I'm afraid that some gamers have painted them wrong. And when you look at all the historical documents, the historical accounts, they should have blue jackets with red cuffs, collars and cuffs, and the turnbacks should be blue as well. They're not an alternating color on the turnback. But I was like, I'm going to paint them that way. And then he sent me another group, which is the guards, right? He wants me to do the Mechlin guards. No problem. I'm going to paint those up. But the picture he sent me with those are like a not the Mecklenburg Guard. Okay, it's another unit. And so I think that he got these pictures. I don't know where he got these pictures from, but if he wants the Mecklenburg unit, and that's where the email is going to come in. I said, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to paint them historically accurate. Those pictures you sent me are from other units that are not Mecklenburg, So if you want me to paint those as those other units, I don't have a problem doing that, but it wouldn't be right. It won't be accurate. So what do you want me to do? That's pretty much what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna communicate with him and find out what he wants me to do. And I'm gonna tell him what research that I came up with. Maybe send him some pictures, and we're gonna work out from there. Okay, so that's next on my chopping block. I've got those sitting over there on my paint bench right now, waiting to go. But I'm not going to touch them until he gives me the go-ahead to do them wrong, or do them the way they should be done, or whatever. Okay, this I think is dry enough. I think this is dry enough as well. That's a little sticky. Okay, well, we're not working with this tile to start with. Okay, I moved it over there with the river. We're not going to work with this tile to start with. We are going to work with it very soon, but we are going to start with this tile. Getting excited. Okay, here we go. We're going. I got to take the plastic off of this. I thought I was going to save this plastic to put whatever roll I have left back inside for storage. So I'm going to save that roll of plastic, or plastic sheath, or whatever you want to call it, condom. Okay. This is just water. Okay, sexy. Put that on there just so it doesn't roll back on itself. I'm going to let this overhang a little bit. Whoa, it doesn't want to move. That's good. Okay, that looks good. So far, so good. Now, on a lot of this, I'm going to have to eyeball it, which the dirt roads I'm going to have to eyeball. The paved roads, they're going to have a little groove that I'm going to be able to use to be able to cut with. But on these dirt roads, I'm not going to be able to do that. If that makes any kind of sense at all. And I can probably cut this with scissors, not necessarily an X-Acto knife. But I probably should cut it with an X-Acto knife. I don't know. Okay, so I want to cut just this and this. Now I'm thinking about taking the paper over the edge and then trimming it down to the right size, or I could line it up where it's, you know, right along the edge, and then I wouldn't have to trim it. I don't know what the best course of action on that would be. Okay. Okay, how close to the edge? Because when I sprayed it black, I covered my black magic marker. That's pretty close to the edge. So okay. A moment of truth. Okay. It's going to go right there. So we're going to label this A. We're going to label this A. So I'll know where this piece goes. Simple enough. Now I thought about this. I said, okay, this is cut for this road. Now if I just slide this down a little bit, it's going to be cut. It's going to be cut just right for the road as well, because it's going to be pushed off to the side. Or I can cut this out. You know, once I do that. Okay. Does that make sense? No, it didn't make sense. Not exactly sure what I just did. Okay. Okay. Hopefully that isn't going to throw me off too much. See, I'm trying to use this edge, that one cut, to be both sides of the road. So like I cut on the left side and then I shifted it, and now this will be the right side of the road. Hopefully that's the way it works. Now I should pay attention here. Now I probably could use an X-Acto knife and my straight edge to get me a perfectly straight line. Okay, I think this was excessive. I want to be able to roll, I want to be able to move this around, and I can't if I got weight on it. this is how I plan to save paper, by using the cuts that I've already made. See, and this will go on here, right? And that'll go on there, and that'll be the dirt road. And this will be a dirt road as well, using this little piece right here. Somebody said to roll it back upon itself to get rid of the curve. That's normally what I do with my maps, when I'm, like my vinyl maps and stuff like that, or D&D maps or anything that I lay on the table. When it's paper like this, I usually do roll it backwards like that to get it to lay flatter. See, that dirt road is way too thin. Okay. I'm gonna call this one B. Round this edge. I don't think I will be able to see this black on black. But maybe I can, because this pen actually digs into the foam, so it gives me like a little cut area, which I'm okay with that. Okay, that goes there, so that's not that. This goes there. I'm going to call it C, even though there's no way I'm going to see the word C there. And what these lines are going to allow me to do is match it up on the next tile. Okay, so there's A, B, and C. Good. Okay, so I'm only holding this tile here for now to line up this road with the next tile. Which looks like it's dry. Go. That's all I needed. Okay, this is the monster. Not really. Doesn't go all the way to the end. Okay. And that's where I think I'm going to need to do a little bit of overlap and then do a little bit of trim. paper is so thick, I'm having a hard time feeling the groove. If I just take it one step at a time. Right about there, it starts to turn. Okay, let's cut it. Okay. Counter roll this. Oh, I see a lot of chats popped in. Give me a second. I'll be over there to read my chats. My computer is way over there where the chats appear. Okay, this looks really good. This lines up pretty good with the road. It might overlap a little bit too much up here for my town that I want. But what the heck? I'm going to cut a little bit. There we go. That's a better road. Extra. Okay. Yeah, feeling these grooves was a little difficult. I just want to say it was a little difficult. Okay, we're going to call this D. D's nuts. No, D. Okay. Leave that right there. Let's check the chat. Reg. Okay, Reg has gone on here. Wow, 40 degrees. Okay. That's a really good idea. Make templates first and then cut. Well, that might have been a good idea if I had that. I got wax paper. I could use that. You can see through wax paper. I could do something like that, but guess what? Nope, not gonna do it. It was a good idea though. I'm just being a pain in the butt, doing it the hard way. We're doing it the hard way. Okay. Okay, now because this is cut along the road mostly up to here, what I'm going to do is finish it out to the edge by taking this line and replacing it with that line. Boop, like that. I think. Where's that second line? Oh, there it is right there. one guy said to use double-sided tape to hold it in place while you before you glue it, right? I mean, when you glue it, or as you're cutting it, or whatever. Whatever he said, I don't even remember. Okay. That's B. This is B. Okay. That's why you gotta label it. Okay, so that curve's not going to work. It works at the beginning. Yeah, that's going to be dirt, so that won't even factor in. To my road theory. Should get out my 90-degree angle. And I'm not being very precise on these dirt roads, mainly because it doesn't really matter, because the dirt roads are going to be rough anyway. The only thing I really have to be precise with is the edge of the map, the edge of the board. But even then, as long as I make it bigger than what it needs to be, then if it overhangs a little bit, I can always go back later and trim that up. If that makes any sense. Okay, this is just for me to eyeball it. Yeah, like I should probably trim that pink off right there. Yep, there we go. Yeah, and that dirt road looks good. Yeah, it looks like I'll be trimming a little bit off right here. And then that's going to be all, this is all going to be dirt, so I don't need to put a piece there. E. Okay. Hold on. That's not going to line up with anything. This is not going to line up with anything. Okay. That looks really good. Looks like there's going to be a little wastage right here. Okay, that's where it turns. this lays. Okay. A little bit overlappage. Yep, that looks good. All right. So that'll be F. That's F. Hey, don't worry about coming in late. That was one of your comments I noticed. Just make it what you can, man. And I don't know why subscriptions fall off or notifications might be turned off. I know YouTube has done this in the past. They have gone through creators, subscribers, and like did a purge, and they've done that like maybe 3 or 4 years ago. I had I don't know, 7,000 subscribers or something like that, and then after this purge I only had 2,000, or not 2,000, I had 5,000, which dropped me by 2,000, because I think YouTube realizes that there are people that will log in, they'll subscribe, but then they'll never log in again, or they never watch any of the videos, or I don't know why they originally subscribed, or maybe my content changed or something like that, so they did like a purge of people that don't watch. But you've been on pretty regularly, so I don't know why they would have gotten rid of you. Yeah, I don't doubt it about the paper being cheap and coming on it. I just don't have it. So I'm not going to go out and purchase it just for this project, because this is all I'm going to use this paper on, and other projects I might do are not going to be as intricate as this one. So I feel like it would go to waste. Like I'd buy it and I would just have it and it would be in the garage, you know. But having said that, it would be nice to have, but again, I don't have it today, and I plan to do this today. So I'm SOL. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just cut the entire corner piece out and work with that. All right. Now, if I was planning on doing this, like making this map board more than once, like maybe on a commission for a customer or something like that, then I might consider making a template to, and then save the template so that anytime I make this map, I could just whip the template out and then do it. But I'm not doing that. Okay. You might have been the guy that recommended using foam and paper. And if you did, I appreciate it, because I'm taking your advice and we're going to check it out and see how it works. Seems to be doing okay so far, but I haven't gotten very far with it. Okay. Okay, there we go. All right. Let's give that piece a cut. And then this tile will be done. this entire row actually. Because I want the grass not to go into the groove, I want it to go right up to the groove. And apparently I had cut over the center of the groove. So I got to cut about 1/8 of an inch off of this entire thing. Yep, that looks good. Okay. So what are we going to call that? G? G. All right. Okay, we got some more chat. Let's see what we got. Not going to try to get rid of you. Yeah, I thought about using the. I have both Elmer's and a 3M spray adhesive to put the paper down, but I'm actually not going to do that. I'm going to actually use a water Elmer's mixture that I'm going to use. I'm also going to have to weight it down. So what I plan to do is. This is what I'm planning on doing, is putting the Elmer's water mixture down, putting the paper down, then putting a coat or a layer of wax paper on top of it, and then putting the weight on there. So just in case the Elmer's water mixture soaks through the paper upwards, which I anticipate it will, it won't get all over the whatever I'm using to weight it down, because it'll have the wax paper. That's my plan. Okay, so I got this EDFG done. Okay, this one's done. That one off to the side. Okay, now this is the last piece of the first row. Just a couple of pieces. There is a road that a dirt road that goes through there, so we'll have to cut that out as well. Okay. And it looks like I'm going to have like a lot of extra paper on the side, which I thought I was going to anyway, but that extra paper I guess could be used in other projects, hilltops or whatever. Probably not, because that's only a few inches, so I probably will never get a chance to use it on anything. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, that looks good. Does it just curve? It does. Yep, much better. H, not I, H. Okay, now this curve might or might not work okay with this board. I mean with this sticky. Yeah, it's not gonna, the curve isn't exactly the way I need it to be. Okay, there we go. Now I did say I was going to go over a little bit today. We're probably at 1 or past 1. Yeah, we're at 1:30. I do plan to continue on streaming for another hour or two probably. Just, you didn't miss much the first hour. I sprayed some foam and I was waiting for it to dry before I got started cutting any paper. And I still have a piece outside, probably still drying. Dang it, I forgot about this thing. Okay, no worries. Not too much wastage. It'll be okay. Okay, we're going to go with that. keeps getting caught right there. Yeah, we're happy with this. Okay. Now I haven't done this top road yet, so that can be done after I get this road. Right? Right. Okay, hang on. Think about this just for a second. That is the road that comes in. Yeah, I don't think. I don't think it matters too much. And then it just goes off. That's another thing. I might have gotten a package. I need to go check that because I was going to show you guys what I gotten in from Hobby Link. Yeah, that's pretty good. Now, if I extend this up just a little bit, that just means I'll have to put some dirt and stuff down there, which is what I want to do anyway. So I'm just going to I think it would cut better this way. we're going to call that J. Skipping I. Because I and H look the same. Unless, of course, I flipped it, or put a dot, like an I with a dot. Okay, let's take a look here. It is 1:43. Okay, let me finish this top piece, and then we'll go check the post. Yeah, I'm going to be able to, hopefully, that works for me. See, if I go that way, that won't work. And if I go that way, it'll work. But I think it would be better if I do it like I think it looks better if I do that. I think I hear them outside right now, so yeah, that's how I'm going to do it. That's an outside edge anyway, so it's not too concerning. Give me just a second. Let me see if he's going one way or if he's going the other. Almost forgot. It's raining outside. Okay, yeah, he's going one way. He'll be coming back in about 30 minutes. Yeah, so that'll work. So let's call this K. Okay? Okay. K. K. making progress. We got that whole first layer done. Let me bring that foam in. Been outside. Yeah, I don't really have a concern about a water-based paint or water-based glues allowing flock or paper to lift. I don't have, or any of my wood models that I use Elmer's glue on coming apart or anything like that. I don't have any problem with that. And the 3M glue or the 3M spray, I do have a problem with because I've had a lot of things come apart when I used spray adhesives. So I try to avoid spray adhesives. I actually used a 3M spray adhesive when I made a SCA shield many moons ago. And I took some fabric, some really thick fabric. I can't remember if it's twill or something. It was a really thick fabric, and I cut out my heraldry and sewed my heraldry onto a larger sheet of fabric. And then I 3M glued it onto my aluminum shield, and I wrapped it around the edges and everything, and that stayed on really good, even out in the weather, you know, out. But I don't concern myself with that usually. I know there's so many different techniques and so many different ideas. I've had a number of people say, use like industrial, like liquid nails, you know, use a specific, like Woodland Scenics makes a terrain paper glue specifically for their terrain paper. You glue it on both sides, and once it dries, you stick them together, and there's all these different products and stuff like that. So I've come up with my own. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick with it. See if it works. If it doesn't work, I'll cry about it. But I'm not crying about it right now. Okay, so let's do this piece. Okay. Yeah. Now I'm concerned, should I just cut this off and then work with this straight edge over here? No, because there's only a little piece right there. Am I going to really save that piece? I don't know. Oh, the piece I just brought in, that's the one I wanted to work with. Okay. Okay. Should I even concern myself with a straight edge? No, I should just overlap it and then just cut wildly and then come back later and cut. Cut in. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to cut wildly. No, I'm not. Okay. Because there's a dirt road here, there's a dirt road there, and I need to cut a piece there. I need to cut a little piece right there. I need to cut a piece on this side. I need to cut just a little piece there. I need to cut a little piece here. I do not plan on taking this paper down the causeway. I'm only going to put it right up to here, and then the rest of this is going to be flock. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So we're in fact not doing this piece. Yeah, I can set this up to the side. Not going up to the, oh yeah, there's a road, never mind. Actually, it goes at an angle down like that. Look like I'm just eyeballing it. That's good because that's what I'm doing. I'm just eyeballing it. postman. He's coming back. Yeah, that looks good. That looks really good as well. L or V, depending on how you look at it. Okay. L or V. Okay, so this road I think that's the right one. Yeah, it's close enough. It's going to be a dirt road, so I'm going to fudge it a little bit anyway on the edges. Alright, so I got that piece down. So now the trick is I got one more piece up here. Okay. Okay, I cut this extra big because I want to cut it down to size once I get it in position. Weighting it down just so I can make sure it's in the right spot. Oh, darn it. Well, I could cut this one, or I could cut this one. I've decided I'm going to cut this one. The rest of it's fine. Yep, that works. The rest of it works. Okay, good. All right. Once I get this cut, I'll run outside and see if my shipment is in. And if so, we're going to open a box real quick and we're going to take a look on camera. Did I want to trim that? I don't think I did. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay. But I do want to trim the hill here. Because I want the grass to be shorter than the hill. I don't want it to kind of go over the edge. Yeah, I don't want it to go over the edge here. I want it to go just short of the edge. Yeah, we're going to call this one M. M. marked the road here so that when I match up on the other board, the roads will match up. But give me a second, run outside, be right back. Well, luckily it's not raining very bad outside. It's just misting. All right, we got a lot of mail, a lot of junk mail. Okay. That's mine. And that's mine. Well, I didn't get that package I was expecting, but then something is telling me it's coming by FedEx. I'm trying to remember. Give me a second, I'm going to double check. Okay, hobby link. Copy. Paste. Oh wait, that's UPS. Says it's out for delivery. Yep, UPS out for delivery, says it should be here by 7. Probably not in the next 30 minutes. But you never know. UPS doesn't have like a standard time to deliver them here. I've seen them come in the morning and I've seen them come in the evening. Okay. I can only prepare this next tile because the other tiles I still have to prime because I was waiting for the Alex to dry for the rivers, and the Alex has, well, I'm assuming it's dry because it's been like 3 hours. So, what I'll do is we'll get started on this, and then I'll prime those, and I'll have to do the paper on those later because I'm not going to have you sit around watching even more paint dry. Okay, I was thinking about flipping this over because this is the side that I haven't cut yet. Yeah. I don't know, maybe. We'll figure it out. Okay, what's the other one I need to do? The main, where's my main program, my main show? Oh, it's right here on the floor. Dang it. Okay. So there's a long strip here. But I have to remember where the roads go over here because I'm not going to put grass in this road area or on the road, but I am going to put grass all along here, even where the church is at, because if you missed the beginning, I'm going to make a church template next Wednesday to go right on top of that, but it's going to sit right on top of this grass. And then I'm going to put a road along the edge here. That's going to be that's eyeballed. It could go any which way I want because it doesn't really matter. But this section here does matter. Okay. Yeah, that section there does matter. So, how does it matter? I think I did a piece of, I did E, which went all the way up to, I'm going to have to go through these and find them. There's A, G, H, K. The only one I'm going to need is probably E. Okay. J. Oh, we're getting close. There's F. D. B. This has got to be it. E. Yeah, I found it. Okay. It doesn't matter, but I'm basically just marking where the road, where the dirt road would be, where I'm going to end the grass, basically. Okay. So that's all, the only reason why I needed that. Okay. Now I plan to make a church, and that church is going to have, it's going to occupy this space up here. Yeah. So, and this is all going to be dirt plus the dirt road plus the church. Okay. Just needed to make sure that I didn't cut the church off prematurely. You know what I mean? Okay. I think we're good. Won't need this. All I'm doing is this little piece right here. Oh, little grass tear, little tear. Okay, no big deal. I can fix that. Okay, that looks good. Boop, there you go. Way over here. Okay, good. Okay. That's the church. Okay. So the church, when it goes on the table, it's going to actually overlap the seam. It's going to overlap the seam, which is good. Now I'm considering putting a strip of grass all the way across like that, or just this corner, but I think I'm going to do the whole thing. Okay, so we'll call that N. It's a little cut, but that's okay, because once you glue it down, if I have to put a little corrective flock or anything on there, I'll do that. No problemo. Okay, so that's what I just cut out. So let's scoot that up just a smidge, so that if this was on there, maybe that was too much. There we go. Yep, that looks good. Okay, this is going to be a gamble, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm just going to cut it. Screw it. And again, if I cut a little bit too much, that's good, because then I can always cut back. It's always better to cut a little extra, and then if you need to cut it back to the right size, do that. That's my thinking anyway. And now I'm not drawing it in like a, or cutting it in a straight line. I'm kind of giving it a little bit of a zigzag. Not very much of a zigzag, not going overboard with it. There we go. All right, we're going to call that piece O. That's a super weird looking little piece. Okay. Okay, well, I realize now that these smaller pieces I could be using, and I'm going to. Because like this little corner right here needs a piece. Okay. This piece isn't big enough. That piece over there might be. Glad I saved this piece. Yes. Success. Okay, but how does this dirt road match up with the side? You know what I didn't do? I didn't mark it. Okay, I marked it on here. But I did not mark it on there. Okay, I need a piece there, I need a piece there, need a piece there, need a piece there. Okay, so how do I want to do this? Okay. Wait, I thought I could, aha, I can. this edge. Okay, I think that works. Yeah, that works good. Okay. Let's call that P. Okay. Now I want to put a little piece there as well. And I've got this. I could go all the way up to there, couldn't I? I think that's what we're going to do. Okay. So far, so good. How far up do I want to go? Probably right about there. Yep, that'll go right there. So that'll be Q. Okay, and that's going to be everything for this tile. All right. As you know, I probably can't do every tile. I won't be able to do every tile today on camera. I'll do a couple of them and then we'll move on. Okay. I think I'm going to do the first three. So this one, and this one. pieces I need. A through K. There's D. There's E. B. F. I got a C. Where's that at? Oh, it's right here. Just can't see it. K, H, G, P and Q. Well, here we go. Here's A. Well, here's J. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and 1, 2, 3. Okay, got all the pieces. Scenic cement. Mix it up because a lot of times your Elmers will, what do you call it, settle to the ground. Okay, we got some chat while I'm shaking. Let's see what we got. Yeah. Actually, that's why I think I'm only going to do these 3 now, like you said, just to make sure it works. Plus, it'll give me room to put some weight on it and let it dry. Yeah, the rest of it I'll probably do off camera. But you are right. It is possibly just a test of the material to make sure everything works properly. Little bit of flock. Okay, where we got this set on? I got it turned off. That's where I got it set on. Don't need a stream. I want a kind of a misty spray. What's going on? Ah. Okay. Looks like it's soaking in. have to have some kind of weight on it. I can see that already. Okay. Might not be enough Elmer's in my mixture. It looks like it's too much water. Okay, well, we can fix that. Maybe like that. What I was planning on doing is laying a whole nother tile on top of it to get it to stick. Yeah, I think that mixture I made, I put too much water in it. Yeah. I believe that. I believe that to be true. Okay, what about A? Okay. Okay. Correct it by just adding some almost straight up. Now it also, I recommend putting glue on both sides and also allowing it to dry just a little bit. You know, like, you know, have you ever put up wallpaper? It's kind of the same. You put glue on the wall and you put glue on your wallpaper. And then you stick them together. Do a little spray directly on the paper. Yeah, that's starting to dry right away on the paper. That's good. And that's starting to dry. That's good. Get you in there. Now it feels a little sticky. It honestly does feel a little sticky, which is good. And I read a comment in there where you said you used a roller to get rid of, or to apply it or whatever. Yeah, I've seen that, but I'm not going to do a roller, partially because I don't want it to be flat. I don't care about bubbles. Well, maybe not so bubbles. Bubbles I care about, but wrinkles I don't care about. If that makes any kind of weird sense. What I need is just like little paint bottles or something to stack on this. What? Little paint bottles? I got a million of those. And there's this one wrinkle right here, but who cares? It's only the tips and the ends that were rolling up anyway, so the rest of this is laying pretty flat right here. That's good. It was just this end that wanted to curl up. And this little bitty tip. Okay, I'm actually kind of pleased with the way that's turned out so far. Yeah, there's definitely a wrinkle there. And I'll put this on afterwards. What am I looking for? B. Okay, that's this guy. The rest of them I'm going to kind of get out of the way. Now there's something I might consider is using my, maybe a double whammy. That's probably what I need to do. I could use a spray sealer around the edge and then use my Elmer's combination along the middle, and I'll get the best of both worlds. I might do that. Let's see if I've got my spray adhesive over here. I got this one. Where's the other one? Wait, is this the only one I've got? Where'd my other one go? is the only one I have currently available. I don't know where my other one is. And this is a multi-purpose spray adhesive from Elmer's. Now these edges, I'm really not too concerned about if they've glued down properly or not, because I am going to be going over it with my texture paste. Now I am concerned about these edges, like this edge that I put the paint bottle on, but that's only to keep it from rolling. Yeah, it looks good. It looks like it's sticking pretty good. But yeah, I might go maybe. Because I don't have a whole lot of this. It's almost empty. And that's why I don't want to waste it. Yeah, this is going to need some kind of pressure. Yeah, that's sticky. Okay, let's counter roll this. Okay, rolled it backwards. Okay. Feels like it's getting jammed. Okay. Oh, I didn't add any Elmer's. Dang it. I wasn't thinking. I got distracted by the spray adhesive, which I don't like what it did here to my black primer. Yeah, there's air bubbles. Okay. I don't know if you can see this, but that spray adhesive destroyed my styrofoam. I am not using that again. Oh my gosh. Where's the top of this thing? Oh my gosh. Wow, that's really bad, especially right there. Whoops. Okay. And it's still eating. Getting worse and worse. Okay, I'm back to not taking any more advice from chat. Sorry about that. Let me do it my way. Luckily I figured that out on this northwestern piece. I should have like little bags of miniatures or something out here to weight everything down. That's not going to be heavy enough. There we go. These don't have to be heavy, they just have to keep it from wanting to roll upwards. Okay, let's get a few more of them. Oh wow, it's after 3 o'clock. Okay, it's after 3 o'clock. I'm gonna have to let you guys go. I appreciate you guys all coming out and watching. I am not going to use any kind of spray adhesive. That was my mistake, just jumping in and spraying that adhesive on there because I didn't do any testing. I didn't spray it on any foam. I didn't know how it was going to react to the styrofoam, so that was my mistake. And okay, this towel looks good actually. Okay, with this big, there's like a big divot right here that 3M, not 3M, I actually used Elmer's multi-purpose. I had some 3M, some 7, whatever it's called, for gluing stuff, and that might actually not react to the foam like that Elmer's did. I just figured Elmer's was the best. Okay, that looks really good. And I don't mind that little divot. It just gives it a little natural look to it. I'm just pushing the grass down into it so that it gives it like a little bit of a ridge look. And I'm going to be going over any of the stuff, the paint had been worn off or whatever. That's no big deal because I'm going to be going over, it was sticky. I'm going to be going over that with light earth, which I thought I'd have in by now. Okay, got a few wrinkles in the middle. I'm okay with that. Okay guys, so once, well, I'm going to be doing another video tomorrow. I'm going to be doing, maybe not, but every couple of days I'm going to be trying to upload a video, and you'll get to see my progress with my grass and you know, how it's sticking or how it's not sticking or anything. This corner looks good. This corner looks good. This one's starting to look good. Just gotta let it dry. And again, once it's dry-ish, then I'm going to go over it again on the top, on the surface with this, hopefully to seal it in place. Okay. I think that looks good. Whoop, 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 whoop. What was that? Okay. Yep, that looks good. It almost looks a little too good. What do they say? Looks too, like it's fresh cut grass, because that's what it looks like. It looks like fresh cut grass. And I don't mean the Critical Role character. So it needs to be dirtied up a little bit of, maybe a little bit of static grass thrown in spots, or a little bit of paint or something, or other colors. I don't know, it just looks like a train layout. You don't want that. Well, I guess when I start putting the hedges on there and the trees and the buildings and everything, it'll disguise the perfect look of it. Okay, before I close out, I'm just going to take one glance to see if a UPS package has showed up. I found the lid. Okay. Actually, yes, we got something in from Amazon, but it's for my son, so it has nothing to do with us. So I'm just going to set that off to the side. Give it that to him when he gets here. Okay, so I pretty much learned something. I can't rely on my spray. It's too thin for the bottom layer. I need to add in a little bit of Elmer's Direct. Elmer's Direct. Just to give it a little bit of additional stickiness, I guess is what it would be called. Let's put one in there, right there. Just for G and the P. Okay. Now, I anticipate, before I let you go, I anticipate the paper with the water, maybe the paper is going to expand a little bit, but then with the glue, once it dries, hopefully it will shrink back down. But I don't know. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to let you go, and it was fun working with you today. I do plan to continue to work on my tiles, and I even have, okay, let me show you this real quick. I don't know where the camera is, but I do have a river, but only in Alex, right? Because I didn't want to cut into the foam, weakening the structure, causing it a weak point where it possibly could break. I know that there's options or recommendations to put like a wood base underneath, or maybe just a cardboard base or something like that, just to give it a little additional support, but I'm not going to do that. And so because I'm not going to do that, I got to make sure that I don't like weaken the base. And then this is the other river that I have. What I basically did was I laid some Alex down, and then I ran my finger down the middle of it to give it to force the Alex to the sides, where it would form up like a river bank. All right, and I'll catch you next time.